of leaving their own half, even if only momentarily. Merhasdoski is the player fouled by Rabiot. Rabiot, high-profile exit from Marseille midway through last season. Ended up going to Italy, joining AC Milan. France 1, Iraq nil. If you are just joining us, Kylian Mbappe with the goal. Akam Hashem takes his time, goes all the way across to Zaid Tassin. Iraq haven't really offered anything yet to suggest they're going to challenge France in this game. It's very one-sided. Upamecano, long ball, finding Bacola. His first touch is brilliant. He takes the ball into the penalty area, cuts inside, then goes on the outside. He's got two to keep him company. He's switched it back in. Mbappe leaves it, but it's not linking up with Dembele. Returned into the box by Koundé. It's cleared. Koundé will get it again. Tries to bring it under control. Dembele picking up the loose ball, anticipating it well. This is Upamecano, leaves it for Rabiot. Rabiot wide to Dembele on the right-hand side. Wide further still to Koundé. Back again to Dembele midway inside the Iraq half. His chip has got too much pace on it, low. And despite the best intentions of Jules Koundé, he's not going to catch that. He's gone behind for a goal kick. 19.5 minutes gone. France 1, Iraq 0. Kylian Mbappe with the goal. Well, on Friday, this group will come to a climax, with France against Norway, the big one in Boston. Really looking forward to that one. Iraq take on Senegal. Remains to be seen if there's anything riding on that game for a third place finish. And remember, there are third place qualifiers up for grabs in this competition. You're going to need a win. I think anyone who goes through without a win is going to have 3 draws. There's no chance of putting your name into the ring unless you've got 3 points on the board, I don't think. The 4-1 loss to Norway in Massachusetts has left Iraq already staring down the barrel. Defeat here has left them pretty much eliminated. It's a great run down the line here by Bradley Barcola. Tries to cross it in. It's steered away by Zaid Tassin, and that will be a throw into France in an advanced position down their left-hand side. Back to Rabiot, behind the throw-in taker, Digne. Digne gets it back again, whips it in. It's another punch where a catch looked a very easy option for goalkeeper Ahmed Fadel. Back out wide again to Dembele, runs straight into Merhasdoski. Doski rolls it down the line. Koundé could get there first, but instead he leaves it. And Upamecano, those long legs of his, striding back into his own half and eking it back to goalkeeper Mike Mannion. Then out from Saliba to this near side, and Jules Koundé again. Dembele once more. Back inside to Kone, Manu Kone. Rabiot. This is Barcola. Got the nod ahead of Desiré Doué. After scoring in the first game against Senegal, and here is Doué again. Tries to feed it back into the box from wide on the left-hand side, can't do so. Digne to Rabiot. Rabiot trying to squeeze away from Zayed Smail. Rabiot again. France biding their time, leading by a goal to nil. Nearly 22 minutes gone. Saliba. Upamecano. Wide to Dembele. Preparing to cross. It's a deep cross. There was a push in the back there on Kylian Mbappe. He's not complaining too much about it. He's gone behind for a goal kick, but he certainly seemed to take a shove from the defender. Not too many appeals. France leading by a goal to nil. Kylian Mbappe with his third goal of the competition. It's been 22.5 minutes, so bang on the halfway point of this first half. We have a hydration break, and up pop the sprinklers on the pitch, on the far side of the pitch, the near side. Sprinklers aren't going to pop up just yet because they've still got players making their way over them. I think they want an early saturation. Well, the scoreline befits the dominance of France 1-0, perhaps 2 or 3, because they have been that much better. The Australian coach Graham Arnold is calling his players in. He wants as much time with his players as he can possibly get here. I think the message is clear for all to see. You want to stay in this competition, we're going to need to get something out of this game. We can't do that by showing France too much respect. We've got to try and get hold of this ball. We've got to try and use it a lot better. But the goal that they've conceded had errors written all over it. An error by the fullback Mehrez Doshki, an error by the goalkeeper Ahmed Fadil. They should be keeping that out, really. Almost embarrassing for Kylian Mbappe, whose initial pass down the line was woeful. He got a second chance and he let rip. It's a great shot. He's put some power in it. The goalkeeper's got to be stopping that. 1-0 to the French in Group I. Be sure to watch this Group I encounter through your local, regional or national television broadcaster. You're not missing anything at the moment because it's the hydration break. You are listening to the studio off-based tube commentary of Philadelphia. Well, start again, shall I? Have a right mess of that. You are listening to the studio-based off-tube commentary from the Philadelphia Stadium. It's France 1, Iraq. And it got there in the end, didn't we? We all need a hydration break. Perhaps that's my cue. Well, Didier Deschamps knows that his side have the capabilities of flexing their muscles in this game and perhaps bolstering their goal difference. Remember, they are not top of Group I because Norway scored 4 against Iraq in the first game in Group I. And Kylian Mbappe and co will be keen to try and get their goal difference moving in the right direction. There's going to be a change. Al Hamadi is going to come on. He's going to replace Ayman Hussein in attack, who is clearly injured. He's holding his groin. And he cannot carry on. Well, the number 18 comes off. He scored the only goal in the 4-1 loss to Norway on their first game. And the Alkmaar striker, towering clinical striker, an iconic target man he is too. 34 goals in 97 matches now for Iraq. And you just wonder, is that the last we see of him in this competition? Because they've only got 4 days turnaround before they take on Senegal in that match, which will be in Toronto, incidentally, on Friday afternoon. Might be out on that. So Al Hamadi, which has come on. He's quickly in the action in an attacking position as well. Jassim pulls it back. He's gone back into the midfield area with Amir Al Amari. He was on that yellow card for that foul on Mbappe earlier on. The only yellow card of the game so far. The only goal of the game so far from Kylian Mbappe. Iraq putting together more touches and more passes than they have done at any point in this game so far. They've put together about 10 passes at the moment. They are in possession, but it is only on the halfway line. Trying to fire a low ball forward with Zalan Iqbal. He's managed to find a teammate as well, Bram Baish, cutting back inside. Iqbal again. Nice ball out wide. Needs a good cross here by Doski. It is a good cross. Rising up the back post was Ali Ahmed. And he hits it just wide. Ali Ahmadi. It was a good ball in. He got between the two defenders, just couldn't nudge it on target. Philadelphia. It's humid to say the least tonight. France ahead against Iraq here by a goal to nil. There goes Elise down the right hand side. He's won himself a throw in. The last touch came off of Mehrez Doshki. It's important for both France and Norway that they come out on top of this Group I to give themselves a favourable draw. Forward by Upamecano into Elise, back to Upamecano again via Kone. Kone takes over again. This is Dembele. Mostly forward by Saliba. Rabiot keeps it moving. This is Digne. The chip in towards Barcola. It's a big ask of Barcola, and it goes straight through and out for a goal kick. A little overcast at the moment here in this match in Philadelphia. Rain is forecast. I think it does cool down over the next 2 days with a spot of rain here and there in this part of the world. They say closing in. In fact, it was Koundé closing in. Putting it away for a throw into Iraq. 29 minutes gone. France 1, Iraq 0. The only goal coming from Mbappe. Long ball forward, wrestling for it was Saliba, and he's brought a man down, but the referee plays on. El Hamadi into Schmale. Schmale again from Quasim. Quasim, can he get the cross in? Takes on Digne, gets it down near the corner flag. Digne matches him all the way and deflects it behind, and Iraq have themselves their first corner of the game after 29.5 minutes. What can they conjure up from this flag kick? France having to come back and defend, and they haven't really had any problems imposed on them by Iraq so far in this game. Corner kick. Very congested 6-yard box. Very well populated 18-yard box. The corner is going to be taken by Amir Alamari. Alamari plays his football for Cracovia in Poland. What can he conjure up here? Here comes the corner from Alamari. Whips it in deep. Mannion stayed on his line. Now, did they go out for a goal kick? Well, no, it didn't. And last touch came off of an attacking player for Iraq. It's going to be a throw-in to France deep inside their own territory to be taken by Koundé. Koundé up towards Rabiot, but he is beaten in the air fair and square as well by Mir Azdoshki. Koundé across the face of his own penalty area. Digne finds the feet of Dembele, who's come deep. Now Mbappe. Dembele and Mbappe play a couple of 1-2s to each other. 10 yards inside their own half. Then a long ball to Barcola. He's not got too much support in the area because Dembele and Mbappe have got ground to cover. Here is Mbappe. Here is Dembele. He's going to have a rattle, is he? No, I thought he was going to have a go there. Instead, he sends it back out wide to the left-hand side of Barcola. Barcola again to Dembele. Dembele holding it up. One trick too many. Nearly trod on the ball. Manages to keep it, though. Digne, Dembele into Mbappe. Mbappe thought about the strike, but it was blocked away before he could swing his foot at the ball with the right foot. It's a good block. France come again. Digne. You get the cross in low and hard, but easily away by Zayed Tassi. And then the clearance by Hussein Ali. It'll drop at the feet of Saliba. Now, Upamecano of Bayern Munich, making his 40th appearance for his country today. Upamecano. Rabiot. This is Kone. Elise. Back to Saliba. Elise plays it off to Kone. Kone heads left. Finds Barcola. Kone. Digne. France 1, Iraq 0. If you're just joining us, 32.5 minutes gone. Kylian Mbappe with a goal. A preventable goal from an Iraq perspective. Here is Elise trying to thread the through ball. Plenty of white shirts between him and the goal to fend it off, but it's Digne that gets the cross in. It's up in the air by Hussein Ali, and then calmly backed by Hashim to goalkeeper Fadil. There's a little over 12 minutes to go till half-time. Group I. Looks like it's going to go to the wire, doesn't it? 2 wins out of 2 for both Norway and France going into the last game. It's beginning to look incredibly likely. Norway get the better of Senegal in the latter game today. I don't think that's going to be easy. Senegal will certainly want something out of that game, and don't put it past them. They are a more than capable side. They gave France a run for their money for the best part of an hour before France finished strong. Far too strong for the African Cup of Nations winners stroke losers. They won the final. The title taken off of them after walking off in that controversial final back in December. It was Konak riding his way forward past Zaid Schmal. Rabiot wide to Bacola. Back again to Rabiot, making his presence felt down the left-hand side. It's been taken off of him by Hussein Ali. Now Mbappe on the left-hand side, chips it out to the right. Inch perfect for Dembele, and Dembele sells a quick ball forward to past Mihaz Dusky. And he's taken it out of play in the same instance as Dembele. Stays at 1-0. Now, this is Zidane Iqbal. He's very comfortable on the ball. He's a good ball player. He's one player that could light up the room for Iraq. Iqbal. So he's got the right name. Taking on the French today, Zinedine Zidane. His name's Zidane Iqbal, of course named after Zinedine Zidane, who does have African roots, of course. 27th cap today, just 2 goals. Plays for Utrecht in Holland. I just wonder if a couple of good performances in this competition might just open the door to something a little bigger. With no disrespect to FC Utrecht in the Netherlands in the Eredivisie. Dembele, central position, just beyond the centre circle, gets it wide to Digne, makes up yards, gives it to Bacola. Bacola is being monitored very closely indeed by Hussein Ali on the left-hand side. 2 French players going for the same ball, Digne and Bacola. Bacola winning a throw-in on the far side. In fact, I think it's gone to Iraq. They're saying it came off of Bacola last. 9 minutes to half-time. Sultry evening in Philadelphia. France leading by that 1-0. Digne's header. Koundé losing out. Koné, in fact, losing out. Iraq could, with the right ball here, cause a problem for France. Back out wide to the left. Mihaz Dusky. Corner edge of the penalty area, holds it up. He's trying to get past Elise, who's gone back to add numbers. Has to go all the way back to the halfway line, does Doshki. Zidane Iqbal lays it off. Iqbal again. Back to Anamari. Iqbal. Zidane Iqbal. Still going strong here are the Iraqis. Giving it away. This is where France can really flex their muscles. Bacola, he might go alone here. Bacola tries to play it through the middle. It nearly dropped to Elise. It just took a touch off of the Iraqi defender, and that was enough to just take the pace off the ball, which was heading in the direction of the feet of Michael Elise. By the way, the rain has just started to fall, and this is a stadium with very little cover. If you've got cover in this stadium, you've done well. And so the ponchos that are under the seats have all come out. It's your only cover unless you go to the concourse and watch it on the monitor. Shot from Dembele is blocked and cleared away by Iraq. It was still only 1-0 down. They're still in this contest. They're still just about in the world's #1 international competition, but only just. Mbappe. Elise can't help it back to Mbappe. It's good defending by the ponytailed Akam Hasham, who goes long with his clearance. It'll be retrieved by Upamecano. Upamecano brings it under. Kone. Nice Rabiot. Just touches it backwards. Koundé. Saliba finding Digne. Saliba again. Upamecano. France biding their time. 6 minutes to half time. Second before half time will put them in complete control of this game. Iraq will know that they need a goal. They need the next goal, really, to salvage their hopes in this competition. Challenged by Rabiot, and then Rabiot gets away with it. Here's a long-range effort. Well, that would have been quite something. It was instinctive. It's a goal kick, but it was a shot from just inside the Iraq half. Well, he got a touch of the ball, did Rabiot, and he pointed to the ball, and the referee concurred with him. And then there was a shot just a moment ago from right on the halfway line, quite literally, from Michael Elise, which flew over the top of the goalkeeper, but also the crossbar. 5 to half time. France leading the goal from Kylian Mbappe, taking his tally to 3, 2 behind Lionel Messi. He won a couple more, won't he, today, ideally. France have run into a bit of a brick wall. They've not been as fluid as they would like, but the rain is starting to fall heavily here in Philadelphia. It is forecast. Just having a look at the weather forecast, and this hour, 70% chance of rain. Well, it's turned into a 100, hasn't it? As he's tipping it down. Elise, Koundé, Dembele, Koundé again. It's with Saliba. Great turn, it's Mbappe. Is he going to go all the way? Well, that would have been a fantastic goal if he did, because he pirouetted. He beat 2 defenders. He took a third out in the equation. He couldn't quite squeeze the ball home. That would have been quite some goal had he have done so. Absolutely brilliant piece of play by Kylian Mbappe. The strength to get him away from the defender. And as he went down, he looked to beaten Manzai Tassin. He just managed to, as he was sliding because of the wet surface, just get a touch, and that took it towards Hakim Hashim, who managed to clear. But 10 minutes ago, before the rain had started, that would have been a goal, because he wouldn't have been sliding and he wouldn't have put an all-important touch on that. It would have been a brilliant goal by Kylian Mbappe, by the way. Quite incredible goal. Foul by Rabiot. Free kick to Iraq, who trail here by a goal to 0. Don't worry that it's raining. Didier Deschamps. No tie, but he's got his suit on and his white shirt, and they're all getting rather wet. Dry cleaners will be busy in the morning. Hope he's bought a spare. Might need it at half time. He's chucking it down here. They don't usually get the monsoon season in Philadelphia, but they're certainly getting a torrential downpour. There's a little bit of shelter in the dugout, and a wise Graham Arnold is taking cover. The Australian not so wise to the wet weather. Well, it's come out of nowhere, and the ponchos have come out of nowhere as well. And France are leading with 2.5 minutes of first half action to play. There will be 3 minutes of additional for the hydration break, and I don't think an awful lot else will be bolted onto it, because it's been fairly free-flowing, this one. I don't think we've had many injuries. It's been dominated by France. They lead by a goal to nil. Ball inside by Mbappe. It was a very difficult one for Dembele. Couldn't react quick enough, and Iraq have cleared their lines. This is Al-Amiri. Al-Amiri back to Hasham. Mihas Doshki. Back to his goalkeeper. All orange tonight is Ahmed Fediel, the goalkeeper. Second cap for the goalkeeper. All right, we'll be more than happy to get in 1-0 at half-time. The weather has certainly kicked in here. France 1, Iraq 0 in Group I. We've entered the last minute of the 45. Here come Iraq looking for an equaliser. It's with Al-Hamadi. He's been brought down by Kone, and both players stay down on the floor. In these hot conditions, I don't think the players would be too disappointed to have the refreshing rain falling on them. Al-Hamadi is back up again. Close up of some of the fans inside the stadium, trying to take shelter under flags and ponchos and whatever else they can get their hands on to stage right. So, free kick to Iraq with 5 seconds plus injury time remaining to go in this first half, and fourth official is out down below. As the ball is played into the box, headed away by Saliba, smashed away by Digne. 3 minutes. There are no additional minutes as such. Those 3 minutes for the hydration break, and that alone. You can't go lower than 3 minutes at additional time. I do believe that might be the first time in this World Cup that has happened. I stand corrected. France leading. Kylian Mbappe's goal. And he seems to have relented slightly. It hasn't been sunny for a couple of hours in Philadelphia. It really is tipping it down now. As Iraq try and get the ball out towards the right-hand side. Had the beating of Digne, and also had the beating of Ahmed Qasim. Couldn't quite reach it. So throwing for Digne. One of those 3 minutes of added time have already elapsed. It's quite a strong start, quite a strong end, I should say, to the first half for Iraq. They've seen plenty of the ball in the last couple of minutes, and what's important to them now is that they try and take this into the next level and find the equalising goal if they can. If they could sneak a point out of this game, they would be absolutely delighted. It means they'll need something from the Senegal game on match day 3, but it gives them a fighting chance. Defeat here today, and they will be packing their bags and going homeward bound. That's 1, Iraq 0. There is 1 more minute to play in stoppage time at the end of the first half. Kylian Mbappe's goal. Here is Dembele, comes deep again. Upamecano wide to Mbappe, into towards his own half, giving it to Jules Koundé. Upamecano, now Rabiot. Rabiot again. inside by Koune. There's about 15 seconds of the first half to go. Dembele to Koundé. Just happy to keep the ball at the moment. Koune. And Saliba to Rabiot again, and the referee's seen enough of France possession and blows for half-time. And there's one or two players making a dash for the tunnel with the rain falling heavily here in Florida. The only goal in Philadelphia, rather, not Florida. The only goal of the game from Kylian Mbappe was preventable. It wasn't great defending, and I think the goalkeeper, Ahmed Fadil, should have kept it out. But Mbappe has his third goal in this competition. France have the lead and look like they're on course for the round of 32. The rain heavily dropping from the Philadelphia skies. France leading 1-0 at half-time with the second half to come right after this break. For those of you joining us for the second half, let me remind you that France lead 1-0 at half-time against Iraq, but the second half has been delayed because of lightning strikes. So the second half has been delayed. We'll keep you posted on here, but France against Iraq, second half has been suspended due to the weather. A quick reminder that the second half has been suspended for France against Iraq. We will bring you off tube studio-based commentary for the second half as soon as the current lightning strikes have passed Philadelphia. But France against Iraq, second half has been delayed and will resume shortly. We'll keep you in touch.
Okay, quick pre-check here, just because we have been told that we should be back underway after about a 15-minute warm-up for both sides. The weather situation has now cleared, and we'll be ready to go again for you with all the action of France versus Iraq in the second half, the much delayed, much anticipated second half around the corner. Well, thank you very much for joining us once again from wherever you are around the world. We're delighted to tell you the second half of France versus Iraq is now moments away after what was a very lengthy delay indeed, keeping both fans and players safe as lightning struck around the stadium in Philadelphia. And we are now moments away from bringing you off-due, studio-based commentary of all the action from the second half of France versus Iraq. Don't forget, you can watch the stream on the local broadcaster wherever you are around the world, bringing you coverage of today's game in this Group L. Second round of this all-important international competition, where France currently sit top of their group. As things stand, they are beating Iraq by a 1-0, courtesy of a goal of the man of the moment in the French team, hot on the heels of his slightly senior player in the Argentinian squad, Messi, who made records earlier today. Mbappe is chasing his heels there. He scored in the 14th minute. An excellent goal it was too. Cutting in from the right-hand side, hitting just above the diving arms of goalkeeper Ahmed Basil. Fadil for Iraq, unable to get anything on it and prevent Mbappe from putting France ahead. But it is only 1-0, and although the second half may feel like a bit of a distant memory now, the first half, may feel like a bit of a distant memory now. It's only 1-0. And France, as they get us underway, now going right to left, kick the ball right out to touch, as we've seen a few times happen in this tournament, as a way of getting started. And from what I can see, there are no changes to either team. Obviously, both sets of managers, Graham Arnold, the Australian coach of Iraq, and Didier Deschamps, the well-known title-winning manager of France, plenty of time to give their instructions to both sets of teams. As Iraq win themselves a throw well within their own half. Over on that far side, as Merkus Doski comes over to take that throw, weighs up his option for a moment, looks like he's going to throw towards his goalkeeper, then throws in short to Zaid Ismail. Now back in towards their defence. Out along the right-hand side as Iraq try to break free, but Mbappe comes in and gets in the way nicely there. In fact, it's Barcola, who comes in and gets in the way, and he goes out for a throw to Iraq in their own half. And I tell you what, you can see the crowd are still excited here as Kone looking to break forward here. Kone twists just outside the box, pivots and turns on his left-hand side to Elise. Elise making his way in towards the box now. Elise cuts back in, then passes back to Kone, who fed him that pass in the first place. Kone goes to Rabiot. Rabiot goes back into Manu Kone. Manu Kone to Michael Elise. Elise plays out on the left-hand side to Lucas Digne, who's got forward there. Digne playing the ball forward to Mbappe. Couldn't quite link up on the give and go, but they do manage to win themselves a throw there, the French team in blue. Throw goes back to Manu Kone. Kone plays into the centre to Upamecano. Upamecano cuts the ball out on the right-hand side to Dembele. Dembele coming inside from the right and then passes back to Koundé. Koundé, I'm sure, will have received instructions from the manager along with Digne to get themselves further up the pitch in this first half. I feel in the second half they could have been more threatening. You think France in that first half. It's only 1-0. Iraq still have a chance to get back in as Mbappe passes the ball on the left hand side to Bradley Barcola. Barcola plays it back inside to Kylian Mbappe. Mbappe cuts the ball backwards to Upamecano. Upamecano, lovely ball out on the right to Dembele, but he's beaten to it there as Iraq look to get themselves back in shape as Doski tries to get the ball out now. Zidane Iqbal. Again, Iraq just being slightly pegged back into their own half at the moment. Now here's Doski once again, plays the ball out on the left to Bayesh. Bayesh fighting for it and trying to find a pass through to Al-Hamadi, who came on as that first half substitute. And now Bayesh getting down here on the left hand side, going down at pace. Lovely little give and go to Al-Amari. Al-Amari has to cut back and does manage to win a throw as Iraq get themselves forward in the attacking area for the first time in this second half. Bayesh throws the ball on the far side in the direction of Doski. And now Iraq look to get themselves together. Hashim played along. to Zaid Tassim. Tassim dribbles the ball forward well, but it ricochets into Mbappe. Now France can break here on the counter-attack. Ball played forward. This is going to be a great opportunity for Barcola to chase down. Barcola gets the ball on the edge of the ball, passes back to Olise in the centre. Olise plays back to Kone. Kone continues to dribble forward. He's well wrestled off the ball there, Kone, and Al-Hamadi will try and break forward on a quick counter-attack for Iraq here. Forced to play the ball back towards their own defence, unable to find a way outside of their half as they look to break into this French defensive half. They've only got forward once in this second half so far. But still, now that it's dry once again in Philadelphia, plenty of football to play. Norway versus Senegal is underway, incidentally, so we'll try and bring you up to speed how that might affect proceedings in Group L of the most famous tournament of international football. What a joy it's been so far as the ball comes in from the right-hand side by Hussein Ali. It's headed away. France try to get clear, but they're unable to get past Iqbal here. Plays the ball. Zidane Iqbal once again plays the ball over on the left-hand side. He was looking for Bayesh, but it's well cut out by Upamecano. Now played into the centre to Rabiot. Rabiot dribbles forward well and then passes out on that left-hand channel to Mbappe. Mbappe coming forward into the box here, using his tricky feet to get across, puts the cross, but just a little bit too much on that one, and it's going to go all the way out for a throw on the far side to Iraq. Lovely tricky feet from the goal scorer, the French captain. Just didn't quite manage to get the cross with the end product he would have been looking for there. And the scoreline remains France 1, Iraq 0. I've just heard there will be no hydration break in this second half. Some of you will be delighted about that. I guess there's been plenty of hydration possible in the second half, and you can see the dampness on the pitch actually as the players challenge and fight for the ball. You can see the splashes of water coming up there as well, so they're certainly aware of the water on the pitch. Iraq now coming out from their own half, doing well to try and get forward. Zidane Iqbal pivots round and then passes back to Amir Al-Amari in that holding midfield position. Al-Amari into Zaid Ismail. The two of them just pass the ball casually between them. Now out on the far side to Doshki, who again continues with just passing around these three players on the mid to far side of the Iraqi defensive hold here. Back in once again to Zaid Ismail. They're not in too much of a rush at the moment. Graham Arnold's team just looking to find a way to gradually get themselves out. Can they potentially get something in this game? I'm sure Graham Arnold's message will have been stay calm. Whatever you do, don't concede that second goal. That'll be absolutely crucial for Iraq. You feel what if France manage to get the second goal, that will put them in possibly an unassailable command of this game. As now Zaid Ismail runs forward from within the own half. The ball comes back into him once again as Zidane Iqbal plays the ball out on that left-hand side to Ibrahim Bayesh. Bayesh coming together there with Koundé. And the Iraqi captain Ibrahim Bayesh thought he'd won something out of that, but the ball goes in France's direction. Played along to Saliba. Saliba over now to Lucas Digne. Digne passes the ball forward to Mbappe, who's dropped back really well now. Mbappe cuts in beautifully. What a run this is from Kylian Mbappe. Lovely pass out on the left here to Bradley Barcola. Barcola looking to get himself in towards the box. Getting round to Hussein Ali here. Barcola still going here. He's being wrestled off the box. He thinks he's won a free kick there. So do the French substitutes. Referee waves play on. Digne plays to Olise. Now cutting into the centre. Olise using his feet really well, but then forced to go slightly backwards to Koundé. Koundé passes in front of him to Dembele. Dembele getting forward here. Dembele cutting down on the right hand side. Dembele with a cross in towards the centre. Barcola puts his head on it. Doesn't quite go in the way he wants, but Digne gets hold of a loose ball. Digne but trying to find Saliba on the back pass, but it's well intercepted by Zaid Ismail. Zaid Ismail now trying to run forward. Mbappe cutting in front of him. Mbappe doing really well there to perform his defensive duties. Manu Kone picks up the ball at the halfway, now dribbles forward and then passes to Kylian Mbappe. Mbappe comes down here on the left-hand side, cuts back to Adrien Rabiot. Rabiot goes behind him to Koundé. Koundé goes forward to Dembele. Dembele, of course, who's never scored in the World Cup. Could he do something in this game as he drives towards the byline? That's surely gone out for a goal kick. It has gone behind for a goal kick. It is a remarkable statistic, isn't it, about Ousmane Dembele, that he has never scored in a World Cup. He has never scored in European competitions either. Might look for his first opportunity to get something in the competition of all competitions. As Iraq play for a goal kick shot. Oh, it's misplaced, and now an opportunity. Mbappe scores into what is basically an open goal, and Iraq cannot believe it. I don't know how much the pitch is to blame for that mistake, or whether it's just a horror show of communication between goalkeeper and defender. But Iraq have gifted France a goal, and Kylian Mbappe nets his 4th goal in this competition, his 2nd today, and he won't get many easier than that. I was speaking just a few minutes ago about how Iraq needed to be really careful. It's Zaid Tassin who receives the short pass, and then he seems to pass back to his goalkeeper, who's looking somewhere in the distance. Dembele just plays the pass straight into the feet of Mbappe, who by the time there's no chance of the goalkeeper getting back. And I don't quite know what the goalkeeper was looking at. I don't know what Zaid Tassin was thinking about putting in that pass. But either way, it's a horror show for both goalkeeper and defender. And now with 55 minutes played, it's going to be mighty tricky for Iraq to get themselves back into this game, it has to be said. Will France be able now to take advantage of the difficult conditions in order to cause some serious damage to their opponents today? The gift will surely raise confidence. It's still 0-0, Norway versus Senegal. But France now well on top of their group in this competition. As Lucas Digne picks up the ball, lovely ball forward here to Rabiot. Rabiot plays the ball to Olise. Olise tries for give and go. Rabiot goes down in the box. He immediately looks up towards the referee. However, that looks more like an example of the difficult conditions, the saturated grass on which Adrien Rabiot tripped up there. And it's not the first time we've seen mistakes in this competition from Iraq at the back. But they will be mighty, mighty disappointed with what's happened there. Dembele able to recover the misplaced pass straight and unselfishly, it has to be said, giving it straight to the captain, and he knew exactly what he had to do as Koundé helps to cut out a potential counter-attack there from Iraq, and then he's wrestled off the ball nicely by Ibrahim Bayesh, but France still managed to win themselves a throw well within their own defensive half in the process. And you think they may well be looking for that 3rd goal, and then they can afford to sit themselves back? Or will it be a case, like we saw with this team against Senegal, of being much livelier in the second half? That certainly was the case in that Senegal game. Questions were asked in their first half performance, but then boy oh boy didn't they come out of the blocks in the second half. As Olise coming down through the right hand side, cuts into Dembele in the centre. Dembele plays the ball forward to Mbappe twisting his way through him. Mbappe did well, now off to Olise with the ball over, oh, it rattles the crossbar and it's out to Barcola. Barcola picks up the ball and turns it back to Rabiot. Rabiot cuts inside, puts the ball forward to Dembele. Dembele can't quite get hold of the pass though from Adrien Rabiot, and it goes to goalkeeper Ahmed Basel Fadil. But a nice flowing attack there from the French, looking dangerous as they got themselves forward. now he clears the ball long and deep, looking for the run of Al-Hamadi, who had a couple of chances in the first half since coming on. He had one header from a cross, which came over from the left, wasn't quite able to direct it on target though. And now Elise coming down the right. He seems to switch place a bit with Dembele here. Plays the ball in towards Mbappe. Mbappe takes a lovely first touch to bring it under his control. Then plays it back to Elise, coming down that right-hand side. Dembele's there in the centre if he wants to pick him out. Elise still going here into the corner of the box. Back to Dembele. Dembele takes the shot. Powered away by the goalkeeper. And Rabiot, who has more or less a free header, can't quite direct it on target. And it goes behind for a goal kick. It's again lovely work. Olise down that right-hand side. I was saying just before, I think Olise and Dembele have now switched places, with Dembele taking that position more in the centre and Olise pushing out on the right-hand side, which I have to say I actually think is the most dangerous position for Olise and Dembele to be in together. Now, can Iraq find a way to get themselves back in this? They've made a couple of changes. Zaid Tassin and Zaid Ismail have been withdrawn. Tassin, the culprit of that mistake, along with his goalkeeper, who's now under pressure from the oncoming run. The other two players coming on, Yusuf Amin and Rebin Sulaka, are the two players who make their way on. We'll try and have a look for you to see the tactical changes that might be involved in there. Yusuf Amin, the man who plays his football at Larnaca, the 22-year-old, and Salaka at Port FC. We'll see how they slot in just a moment or two, as once again Iraq find themselves in difficulty at the back here. They have to clear long towards the halfway line. Rabiot comes in nicely to pick up the ball there, then passes to Upamecano. Now goes back once again to Upamecano, who takes his time on the ball, then passes to Manu Kone. Manu Kone links up with the defenders behind him, and now into Dembele, who's come back onto the halfway line. Now lovely ball over the top here, looking for the run of Barcola down that left-hand channel, just a yard extra on that pass. And Fadil was able to get out there to meet it inside his 6-yard box. But a nice ball over the top it was from Ousmane Dembele. Mbappe fights for the ball with Zidane Iqbal, pushes him slightly to the ground and then extends his hand to help the Iraqi player back up to his feet. A man who has had time at Manchester United, now plays at FC Utrecht. So is there to be a hat-trick today for Kylian Mbappe? Can he do something to really show his dominance in this tournament alongside the other big names that have been scoring? We've seen goals by Messi, we've seen goals by Haaland, we've seen goals by Harry Kane for England as well. Is there a chance for Mbappe to really show his great skill in today's game? He's already done so with a brace, one of those, most definitely a gift for the second goal. Now the ball played down that right-hand side once again. Koundé linking up with Dembele, who's gone back over onto that right-hand side. Iraq trying to clear out from the back, but Upamecano plunges in there and gives away a foul in the process as France look to keep the ball pushing back up in their attacking half. And he goes in hard against Al-Hamadi. No cards being given by the Canadian referee, Drew Fisher. As now Iraq come down the right-hand side with Hussein Ali. Ali plays the ball back into the centre. Zidane Iqbal. Back, this time to Al-Amari. Al-Amari plays the ball out on the left-hand side to Doski. Doski then goes back to Akam Hassan. Now Iqbal, who's dropped back into that position again. as Iraq just still continue to be slightly penned back in their own half. They did start off the second half fairly brightly. They had one moment where they got forward well. But now you can just see they're struggling to get out, and they're also being forced into mistakes here as the ball is played long towards Al-Hamadi, but it's easily picked out by Upamecano. Now link up between Kone and Rabiot. Saliba has to do a little bit of mopping up there as Rabiot tries once again to turn around. Can't get out, but is able to pass the ball back to Upamecano. Upamecano dribbles the ball in the direction of the halfway line and then passes along to Manu Kone. Kone then back into the centre as France just biding their time nicely here. Rabiot with a nice ball into that left-hand side, picked up by Bradley Barcola. Barcola running down the channel, little give and go, beautiful in that with Digne. Now back to Digne on that left-hand side as he continues to press higher up the pitch than he did in the first half. Into Rabiot. Digne linking up once again with Barcola, but that's well defended there by Hussein Ali, who just puts it out for a throw before they could break even further down this near side. The French. Digne takes the throw, throws it back to Saliba. The Arsenal man ponders on the ball, then passes in the centre to his teammate from the English champions, Olise. Now out on the right-hand side to Dembele. Dembele, creator, assist maker of the second goal. Cuts inside beautifully. I think he's going to wind up a shot here. It deflects off a few bodies, and that's going to go behind for what must be a corner to the French. And you can see there Dembele winding up for that shot as he cut inside. He, of course, has that advantage of having 2 feet which are equally strong, really, as Digne puts the ball across in the centre, headed on by Saliba, who thinks he's got another corner there, and I think it will be another corner to the French once again, taken short, this time in towards Olise from the far side. Olise into Dembele. Dembele works his way through into the side and then puts his shots into the side of the goal, and Dembele very close to increasing France's lead right there. Just couldn't quite get the accuracy he's looking for. But now as Iraq build out from the back, and you can see the pressure on them from the French here. Olise once again comes out with the ball in the middle, twists and turns his way through. Then lovely ball into Dembele. Dembele with a shot. Dembele with a goal. And there it is. Ousmane Dembele scores his first goal of this tournament. His first goal in this international competition. It's Michael Olise, the creator. Ousmane Dembele, the scorer. And France now have 3 goals. 6 in total this competition. And there really is no doubt whatsoever now as to how this game is going to turn out. And with only 66 minutes played in total, you can see the despondent looks on the face of the Iraqi players, because they are now worried as to what might happen here. Michael Olise does so well, and then he puts a beautiful pass through. It's such a good pass from Olise, but Dembele's first touch on his right is delightful. That then allows him to open up on his left. He shoots across the face of goal. Really nothing the goalkeeper could do there. And it is now France 3, Iraq 0. And France now dominating on top of this group with 6 points. As things stand, because it is Norway 0, Senegal 0 in the other game in this Group I, France are on top with 6 points. Norway currently sit in second place with 4 points. Senegal with 1 point. And Iraq on a duck of 0 points as things currently stand. There will now be some changes to be made. Iraq making multiple changes here. Al-Amari is coming off. And a couple of others, although waiting for that confirmation so far. It also looks like France are bringing on 2 changes. Doesn't this show the riches that France have? Desiree Doué and Ryan Cherki are coming on for France. Olise and Dembele are being replaced by them. So pretty much like for like really there. Coming off for Iraq, Alamari is going to be replaced by Aymasher. And there's definitely one other being made as well, which I'll get the confirmation for you. Marco Fargi is also now on the pitch for Iraq. Will those changes be able to affect anything, as they are now 3 goals down? As Hussein Ali plays the ball back to his goalkeeper. Ibrahim Bayesh, the captain, also withdrawn in a double change for Iraq. So a double change from Iraq and a double change from France in there as well. As Barcola turns nicely, then passes back to Rabiot. Rabiot into Digne. Tell you what, to be able to bring on Desiree Doué and Ryan Cherki really is a superb option to have at your disposal if you are Didier Deschamps right now. As Digne on the ball, plays it through, picked up well once again on that left hand side. Upamecano plays a ball forward now nicely in towards Doué. Now back to Rabiot. This time Kone in the centre of the pitch. It dribbles forward. Lovely little give and go between him and Mbappe. France win themselves a throw in their attacking half. So it looks like Aymasher will fit into the midfield position. Might just play a little bit higher up the pitch. And Marco Fargi will probably, he is a left winger as well. So pretty much like for like changes, despite the need to try and come back and get something into this game. As Upamecano plays the ball into Manu Kone. Kone goes over to Lucas Digne. Digne turns backwards to Saliba. Saliba goes across the defence. And now played down that right-hand channel. Nice little link-up between Doué on the right-hand side. Doué into Cherki. Oh, just slightly misplaced pass there allows Iraq to get hold of the ball, but Manu Kone steps in and prevents a quick counter-attack from the Iraqi team. It ricochets off him and goes all the way back to Basil Fadil, who once again will allow Iraq to build from the back, which is where we've seen those weaknesses throughout. Doxy forced to go backwards to Akam Hashim. Hashim plays the ball into the centre to Amir Sher. Now to Rebin Sulaka. Sulaka tries to find Hussein Ali, but he's beaten to it by Barcola, who's able to pass the ball back to Digne. Digne plays the 1-2 with Manu Kone. Has been very, very important in that French midfield. The man who plays his football at Roma. Holding firm along with Adrien Rabiot in the heart of that French holding midfield. Now here is Cherki. Cherki plays the ball behind him, picked up by Adrien Rabiot. Rabiot to Upamecano. Now to Saliba in the middle of defence. Saliba to Kone once again. Kone pivots well, then plays the ball. He was looking for Mbappe in the centre. It's cut out though nicely by the Iraqi defence, and here's Doski puts the ball forward, goes back to Aymasher. Sher dribbles the ball forward here. And passes along on the right to Rebin Sulaka. Sulaka over to Hussein Ali. Ali with the long ball forward looking for Al-Hamadi, but it's headed away nicely by Saliba. Digne uses an acrobatic kick over his head to try and clear further up the pitch, and does so reasonably successfully, as well as Adrien Rabiot. Dribbles forward now back to Digne on that left-hand side, and France don't look in too much of a rush at the moment. Barcola tries to give and go between him and Digne, does so on the second attempt quite well, but this time Yusuf Amin is able to get in the way, and Amin now will try and dribble through into the attacking half. He does so. Barcola trying to take him down, but he can't do so, as Yusuf Amin drives down on the right-hand side, now looking towards the box, but Bradley Barcola comes over and puts in a huge defensive intervention there. The PSG winger, who has been linked with a number of transfers in the upcoming window. Right now, his concern, of course, will be in this competition, but he has been linked with a move away from the Parisians. and he's a name certainly in demand, and you can see the shift he's putting in this game as well. No goals to his name, but still certainly a key player in Didier Deschamps' squad. As the corner is getting lined up on this near side by Zidane Iqbal. Iqbal gets ready with the right hand boot over towards the far post, headed away, and then the shot comes in from Yusuf Amin, but it's a long way over the crossbar. The final attempt on goal gives us another chance to observe that really excellent third goal made by Michael Olise, running through him and putting the pass in, but a lovely, confident finish by Ousmane Dembele has put France firmly in command of this game. As Doxy plays the ball in the centre to Zidane Iqbal. Iqbal goes back to Akam Hassim, and now played in the centre to Aima Sher. Masher plays into Rebin Sulaka, who dribbles forward, then passes to his left. Iran just starting to show slight signs of life here. Sher over to Iqbal, now to Doski, into Farji. Once again forced to just go slightly backwards. Now Iran play the ball over on the right hand side to Hussein Ali, who's got himself up on that right hand side. Links up with Yusuf Amin. Amin forced to go slightly backwards here, but still finding opportunities to get forward once again to Ali on that right hand side. Ali with a lovely pass forward here, and now a chance for Iraq to put the ball in the centre. Masher puts a good ball in through the centre, just couldn't quite pick out anybody on the end of it as Doué tries to get forward. He's brought down as a collision, but referee waves play on as Farji comes forward on this left hand side. Farji with the ball, Al-Hamadi tries to get something on it, and he's so near there. Ali Al-Hamadi for directing his effort goalwards. He's at full stretch. The man who's been on loan this season at Luton Town is at full stretch. I think he's onside as well, I think. Mike Mannion probably would have got to it had he been able to direct it on time. I'm actually interested to see if Mannion managed to get any fingers on it. No, he doesn't need to. It's just a couple of inches outside of the French keeper's left-hand post. And the man who was born in French Guyana so far is keeping a clean sheet. He has a contract at AC Milan until June 2031, so he's very much in demand by the Italians. And so far just one goal conceded in that first match against Senegal. Scoreline does remain 0-0 in Norway versus Senegal. So this is still good results for France. The ball goes long all the way back to Basile Fadil. Just over 15 minutes of regulation time remaining on the clock. France 3, Iraq 0. You are listening to Off-Tube studio-based unofficial commentary, bringing you events as France take on Iraq from Philadelphia in the United States. And don't forget, you can watch the game through the coverage by your local broadcaster wherever you are tuning in from around the world. It may well be late at night or early in the morning if you're in Europe, or perhaps in the evening if you are in the same time zone as this game is. As now a chance for Iraq once again to run the ball forward. Farji looks for options in the centre, looks to see if he can find Ahmed Kassim, and Iraq win themselves a throw on that far side. Marco Farji comes on over to get ready to take it. A win, surely an impossibility now for Iraq, but they will be hoping perhaps at the chance of getting a goal. Potentially their first goal of the competition. Or the second goal, I should say, of this competition. Their first goal tonight if they could make a way through. There's still possibilities for them. There's no reason to stop believing so far as Ahmed Kassim tries to come across on that left-hand side to link up with Farji. Farji's pass just a little bit too wide, and it goes out for a throw to the French, who go back to Mannion, who hasn't really had too much to do. That closest chance from Al-Hamadi. Just directing the ball off target after picking up a lovely pass from Farji. Now France come forward from the back. Upamecano plays the ball down the right-hand side for the runner Doué. Doué plays back to Cherki. Cherki cuts forward nicely, coming towards the edge of the box here. Still going here, Cherki tries to play the ball to Koundé, who's forward in front of him. Comes back out to Rabiot. Rabiot to Saliba, who's high up the pitch here. Saliba goes into Mbappe. Mbappe pivots round nicely. Now out to Lucas Digne on that left-hand side. Digne back inside to Ryan Cherki, who's making his way across that central area of midfield. The Manchester City man who really has done very well in this season in the north of England. Now back to Manu Kone. Cherki with the ball over the top there to Digne. It's a well-placed pass. Digne with the ball forward to Mbappe. Mbappe gets forward well. He's brought down there in the box. Referee says no penalty. I thought that was unlucky. That looked to me like a penalty. The Canadian referee very quick to say no. There might be a check which happens, but in the meantime, Manu Kone fighting for the ball. Does well to win that battle, Kone, and then passes back to Rabiot. Rabiot goes back to Upamecano. Out to Desiree Doué on that right-hand side. Doué. Lovely pass back to Rabiot. Rabiot plays the ball to Ryan Cherki in that centre of midfield. Cherki dribbling forward. Now a ball over top. Mbappe. Oh, he takes it on his right foot. And he can't direct it on targets. And it'll go out for a goal kick. It's a lovely pass. And we've seen him do that twice. Ryan Cherki in 2 minutes of just doing really well to put a little dink of a ball over the top and cause trouble while doing so. And he knows how close that was to his first hat-trick of this international global tournament. Very close there to netting 3 goals. So Iraq will have a goal kick with 10 minutes of regulation time remaining of what has been a game longer, of course, than we initially anticipated with the pause which took place in the intermission between the first half and the second half, owing to the storm conditions and the lighting, which meant fans and players were taken out of the stadium. But it is now full capacity once again here in Philadelphia. And the pitch is very wet. Though certainly you can see it's calmed down a little bit, but you could really see when this second half got started that the ball was definitely being affected by these wet, inclement conditions. But now Kone with a lovely pass forward. Barcola races onto it. Barcola on the end of it. Barcola will he take a shot? Tries to cut it back. And he doesn't pick out somebody. Instead it goes to Akram Hashim, who just about managed to put it behind. Hashim possibly slightly fortunate he didn't turn it into his own goal there because he didn't know much about it. Akram Hashim. You feel France could and possibly should have scored more in the second half, although 3-0 is not a bad scoreline. Digne with the ball now, headed away, out to Jules Koundé. Koundé, the Barcelona man, into Doué. Doué with the ball over on that left-hand side. Mbappe is there to pick it up. Mbappe dribbles the ball using his footwork well, but the flag is up for offside. I think it was about Lucas Digne running ahead of the line there. And it will now be a couple more changes for the French. Bradley Barcola is the first who's going to make way. Malo Gusto is also one of the changes getting ready to come on. Jules Koundé, the other to make his way on. Akilouche will be on for Jules Koundé. Akilouche will be on for Barcola, with Malo Gusto taking up that position in the right back. And this is a big chance for Magnus Akilouche to make his first appearance at this year's competition. The man who plays at Club Monaco, the 24-year-old. Also the first time we're seeing Malo Gusto make his way on this competition. Just over 7 minutes on the clock before we hit the 90. And you feel France have slightly petered out in the latter stages of this second half. It's a long tournament, of course, as Yusuf Amin comes forward here. Amin plays the ball back to Zidane Iqbal. Iqbal is wrestled to it, though, by Akilushe, the man making his first World Cup appearance. Ryan Cherki. Cherki plays the ball over to Upamecano. Come right back there, Ryan Cherki. Cherki into Kone. Kone plays the ball in front of him. Now back to Lucas Digne on that left-hand side. Digne in towards Kone. Seems that France perhaps are just content to sit back a little bit here, but as Kone puts the ball forward, he's looking for the run of Mbappe, but it's headed away by Revin Sulaka. And now Akam Hashim will just dribble the ball forward and then pass on his left to Merkas Doski. Doski plays the ball forward. But still Iraq struggling to really find that route outside of their own half. This evening in Philadelphia, they do win themselves a free kick with a tackle or a foul on Marco Fargin. It's committed by the substitute Malo Gusto, the Chelsea man. It's actually both Malo Gusto and Akiluche coming together on Marco Fargin there, although it's Malo Gusto who commits the foul. Aima Sher plays the ball along the left-hand side. So Iraq try to carve something up, craft something on that far side of the pitch. Forced to go right away back to the 29-year-old goalkeeper, Fadil, who perhaps hasn't had his best outing this evening. A mistake along with his centre-back led to France's second goal. A gift, really, giving the ball away as Yusuf Amin tries to fight for it on the near side by the dugouts. Loses that battle with Lucas Digne, and France win themselves a throw. Saliba passing the ball into Doué. Doué back to Digne, allowing Doué to make his run further up the pitch, but Digne opts instead to pass back to William Saliba. Saliba over to Upamecano. Upamecano passes horizontally to Saliba. They play the 1-2 between them. Now over onto that right-hand side. Still France just biding their time, going forwards, but then coming backwards. You think they might want one more goal before the evening in Philadelphia is over. Ryan Cherki tries to play a pass forward. I'm not sure who he was aiming for there, but it's given away a little bit cheaply towards Hashim, who's then under an awful lot of pressure by Cherki, who seems to be wanting to atone for his mistake and has done something there to help keep the ball in France's possession. That is a good way to atone for giving the ball away, to then hustle to make sure you get it back. That's exactly what Ryan Cherki has done right there. It's Rabiot, twist and turn down the right hand side, allows for a run of Malo Gusto in front of him. Gusto goes back to Cherki. Now Akiluche plays the ball to Upamecano. Akiluche continues to cut here into the centre, then passes to Manu Kone. Kone to Lucas Digne. Digne in the centre to Mbappe. Mbappe with the ball to Akiluche. He tries to find Mbappe on the 1-2. Can't quite pick him out, but the ball goes out to Manu Kone as Iraq fail to clear their lines. Norway have got themselves in front ahead of Senegal, so they would now be a level on points with Fred. Ball forward here to Mbappe. Mbappe tries to take off the shot. It's a lovely ball forward by Manu Kone, but Mbappe can't really get any purchase with his right foot. And it goes straight to the grateful hands of Basil Fadil. He'll be more than happy just to claim that one in his gloves and ensure that right now Iraq will feel that the scoreline remaining as it is is the best possible result, because, to be honest, France could and should have scored more than the 3 goals that they have. There is, of course, the argument of preserving energy. It's a long tournament. They have to be prepared for the long game. They want to risk injuries. It's a wet pitch out there. For Iraq, this will very much be a learning opportunity as well, to play against a team of this calibre. As now the ball is played forward, looking Cherki for Mbappe, who made the run in front of him, or Doué on the right hand side. Didn't pick out either of them. Instead, he went right through the centre, and that went right instead to Ahmed Basil Fadil in the goal. He passes out to Hussein Ali. Ali drives the ball forward on this right hand side, then links up with Yusuf Amin on his right. Amin bides his time, puts his foot over the ball and then cuts inside. Amin still going through, trying to get through into the centre. Now a nice little pass back to Iqbal, but Iqbal is wrestled off the ball. Iraq able to prevent the ball from going out for a throw. Passes back to Sulaka. Sulaka plays to Hashim. Hashim dribbles the ball towards the halfway line, then passes to Iqbal. Oh, that's given away though once again, this time to Mbappe, who will now come forward. He gets towards the box, this could be 4. Mbappe still going with the shot. Oh, and he squanders the opportunity for his hat-trick. And I don't want to call him profligate, but after another gifted opportunity, Mbappe does really well to break forward. He has the option of Desiré Doué if he chooses to cut back and find him. He doesn't. He takes on the shot, and he deserves to take on the shot. But he just doesn't quite get the connection he was looking for. And he puts it out, and he will now be making his way off. He scored 2 today. 1 was excellent. 2 was a gift. It's his 4th goal of this competition. And there's just going to be 2 minutes of additional time added on to this game. As is another opportunity as Doué comes forward. It's Marcus Thuram who has replaced Mbappe incidentally for the last couple of minutes of this game. I didn't get to see who the captain's armband was handed to for this final section of the game. He has 12 goals in his last 12 caps for France, Kylian Mbappe. Not a bad record at all for the 27-year-old after what has been a difficult season for him in the Spanish capital. He can't complain about the international record and how this competition is going for him. France, of course, are one of the favourites for victories in this year's event. And so far they have started strong. 2 for 2 so far for the French. Is there time for one extra goal with just 60 seconds or so remaining on the watch of Drew Fisher and his officiating team today? Upamecano passes to Manu Kone, who's been excellent today. Kone to Digne. Digne dribbles forward, then passes back to Doué. Doué cuts in towards the centre, passes backwards to Upamecano. Upamecano goes over on that right-hand side to Gusto. Gusto plays backwards to Rabiot. And now Cherki tries to get forward, then goes back out to Gusto. Malo Gusto back into Ryan Cherki. Cherki with a lovely ball forward to Akiluche. Akiluche trying to fight for it here. Akiluche has to twist and turn his way against Akam Hashim. He's still going with Akiluche here. Still managed to get the cross in. Couldn't quite find Turan with the cross. But a good effort, and the offside flag is raised anywhere there. And then that will be the final whistle. Well, after a much delayed second half, France came back onto the pitch after the rain and storms had passed. They were 1-0 up after 45 minutes when Kylian Mbappe scored an excellent goal on the 14-minute mark. France were then gifted a goal when Iraq made a huge blunder at the back between goalkeeper and defender. Dembele picked up the loose ball given away, passed to his captain, who put it firmly in the back of the net, and then Dembele got his first goal of the competition on the 66-minute mark with an excellent pass after an exquisite pass from Michael Olise. That means at the end of the game, as things stand, France are on top of the group with 6 points from 2 games, but Norway are currently leading against Senegal, and you can listen to our off-tube unofficial commentary of that wherever you might be tuning in from, of course, as well. But France will be top on goal difference as things stand, but Norway could still get a couple more against Senegal, and that might change things at the top. Stay tuned for all the action from this year's international footballing event. We hope you've enjoyed, and thank you if you waited around after all those delays from the second half. Thank you for joining us this evening. We hope you've enjoyed it, and wherever you are around the world, have a wonderful rest of your day, evening or night.